Here he is in with a 52.109, but again, 4 cones are going to be added to that. So that's 8-second penalty going to be added on to that. Here's Wendy Vick from Nashville, Tennessee out there. This is only her second autocross ever, driving this 2006 Nissan 350Z, the Scott Dobler 350Z. Victoria Wright leaving the line out here behind her in this 2010 Subaru Impreza. See how these ladies can do out here. Here's Wendy Vick coming into the finish now in the Scott Dobler 350Z. Here, Andrea Chase leaving the line in this 2012 Corvette Grand Sport. First time she's ever driven this car. So a little bit of a learning curve probably with all the power in this Corvette. Got Victoria Wright coming back to the finish in this 2010 Subaru Impreza. It's a non-turbo version, so this is running G-Stock. I would have thought it was H, but apparently G-Stock for this car. And she's in with a 66.106. 66.106. And Andrea Chase into the finish now in the Corvette, running in cam class. Andrea's in with a smile, so it must not have been too bad. A 56.690, but a cone. 56.690 plus a cone on that run. Now we've got Heather Bogeman in the red Miata. It's a 06 MX-5. She's running in ladies class also with the STR index. She's in with a 49.973. 49.973. And it looks like we're back to second. We're on to second runs here. I see Brian LaRose coming through the finish. He was the car that led us off at the start. See prepared number 15. LaRose in with a 48.937. 48.937. Huh. All right, let's see. We had Linda Ford into the we had Brian LaRose into the finish a moment ago with a 48.937. Then we had Brian Robbins, that's STX number 45. Brian Robbins in the GTI, he was in with a 5.2.145, 5.2.145, but 2 cones added to Brian Robbins' time on that one. Linda Ford running in ladies class in A Street Index. She's in with a 51.068, but 2 cones. 51.068 plus 2 cones. Now again, this is cumulative timing, so you do get to drop your single worst run, but these cones can get real expensive real quick if people keep hitting them on each and every run. Jeffrey Mysall, who came over here and instructed me on how to pronounce his name. Thank you, Jeffrey. STM number 30. He's in with a 54.852. A 54.852. Dave Rogers in now in this 2011 Porsche Cayman S Super Street number 13. In with a 51.251. A 51.251 for him. Paul McFall will be your next car in this 2014 Chevy Corvette. Beautiful blue color. Kind of matches the sky. Paul is SS number 34. He's in with a 48.349. A 48.349 for Paul. Isaac Cogdell would be your next car in, driving this 2011 Honda CRZ. It's a hybrid. Again, another car you don't see out here very often. Seems to be doing okay with it, though. Isaac's in with it's H Street number 11. He's in with a 54.221. 54.221 for Isaac. Next will be Gary Cobble. He's driving a 1947 MGTC in F Street prepared, car number 9. Gary Cobble and Richard Miller, these guys out here in the 1947 MG and a 1958 Austin Healey Sprite, respectively. These two guys maybe having the most fun of anybody out here in these cars. Cobble in with a 61070, 61070 for Cobble. Richard Miller in the Sprite. G prepared number 63. And I'll have his time here in a moment. Richard Miller ran a time. I can't tell you what it is just yet. Doesn't seem to be showing up. At any rate, these two gentlemen out here, some of our older competitors, definitely some of the older cars out here, they don't set the fastest run times, but you could tell by the look on these guys' faces, they're having as much fun, if not more, than anybody out here, letting these old British cars fly. So momentary delay while we get the timing system back up and running. Looks like it may have given us a little trouble. Rich Miller's time a moment ago was a 53.667. 53.667. So we're back up and running. We've got Ben Kiefer on course now. This 94 Acura Integra, that very popular teal green metallic color that was such a hit in the mid-90s. Don't know what we were thinking back then. Kiefer in HSR class, HSR 45. So I am not getting any times to report, unfortunately. Lynn Cox in a moment ago in a red Miata. Austin Bicleta in a matching red Miata right behind her. I could describe the cars coming across. Here's a silver S2000. It's got black wheels and it looks pretty cool. It's got a roll bar. Guy's wearing a black helmet, so that's kind of color coordinated. Although hot, would you want a black helmet driving a convertible, Carl Rickert?
No, I think I'd go pink.
You'd go. That's not a surprise to any of us that you'd want a pink helmet. I think normally maybe a white or a light silver color, but whatever floats your little gay boat. I mean, I'm not here to judge you, Carl Rickert. Your wife might be. I'm not. She is here to judge. Okay. And thanks to, yeah, I can use a cigarette and a nap now. Thank you, Chris. All right, I've got times now. Let me catch up. I got a few to call out here. Jeep Repaired number 63, Rich Miller finished a little while ago with a 53.667. HSR number 45, that was Ben Kiefer in the Integra. He was in with a 53.265. Now, next we had Walter Jones, STS number 55, and that black CRX. He was in with a 48.681. Robert Colbert in a 92 Miata. He was in, that's STS number 58. He was in with a 48.775. Then we had Linda Cox, STS number 96, in a 1990 Miata. She was in with a 47.803. Then we've got Austin Bicleta. He was in SCR number 4. He was in the 53.297. Then Jeffrey Keith Loveday. He was the one in that silver S2000 with a black helmet that looked so sweaty. STR number 27. He was in with a 52.080. 52.080. Then I got the motorboat Chris Harp for about a minute and a half while he fixed the computer. Now we got Patrick Whaley in an 88 Porsche 924S. He was in with a 55.064. 55.064 for him. Now we are back. I'm caught up. Gray LaRose has made it past us without spinning and scaring the crap out of us. That's C Prepared 115. Gray, that's a 1988 IROC Z, by the way. An interesting copper color you don't see very often. He's in with a 55.987. 55.987. Then we had Ariel Robbins in this 2012 GTI. She was in, that's STX Ladies, number 145. She was in the 50.992. 50.992. Ladies, A Street 51, Linda Ford in now in that Pontiac Solstice GXP. 48.693 for her. 48.693. Next, we'll be looking for Charlie Sykes come through the finish. STO number 130. He's driving that little turbo 94 Miata. Sykes in with a 54.579. A 54.579. Jonathan Kissam coming through now in this 2014 Subaru BRZ. He was in, that's STX number 2, by the way. He was in with a 52.706. 52.706 for Jonathan. Now you got STX number 26, Joey Richardson, into the finish. And it's 06 WRX. He's in with a 49.132. 49.132. Adrian Nash into the finish now. That is STU number 1. And it's 04 M3. Adrian was in with a 50.617. A 50.617. Here's Chris Kyman into the finish. A 2011 Mitsubishi Evo. He was in with a 47.929. That's STU number 7, Chris Kyman, or Keyman. Lionel Kent into the finish now. A lot of sideways action for him to get through the lights. A 47.886 for Lionel. 47.886. That's STU number 13. Lionel Kent. Let's see, we had Ryan Buckingham a moment ago. I think I missed calling him. Ryan Buckingham, STM number 20, he was in with a 48.479. 48.479. Now Lindell Waters in this 07 Impreza STI in. He's STM number 25. He came in with a 48.560. 48.560. Brooke Bagwell in now, STM number 54. Brooke is in the Corolla with a 52.802. 52.802. This live broadcast being brought to you by Carts. Carl Rickert, the president of Carts, live internet video production services. Website is www.livecarts.com for Carl Rickert. He will come out and make your event go live. All he asks for is a hotel room and some entry fee money. So that's the deal right there. Call Carl up. Hit him up on the website. You don't call anybody anymore. We don't use phones. What am I talking about? Maybe you could text him. Anyway, carts at AT&T.net. Yes, sirree. All right, here we have Stuart Gibson a moment ago with a 46.220 plus a cone. 46.220 plus a cone for Stuart Gibson. Next we had Britt Stragner. That's STM number 85. He was in with a 48.368. 48.368 for him. Wendy Vick will be your next car to the finish, and there she is, sliding sideways a little bit through that final corner in that Scott Dobler Racing 2006 Nissan 350Z. She's running ladies class C stock index. She's in with a 54.223. 54.223 for Wendy. Here's Andrea Chase, your next car in this beautiful 2012 Corvette. Andrea in with a 52.092. 52.092 for Andrea. Into the finish now, Victoria Wright in this 2010 Subaru Impreza. She's in with a 60.344. 60.344. Heather Bogeman in now is STR Ladies number 25. She's in with a 49.517. 49.517. Good run for Heather. Brian LaRose, he prepared number 15, about to come through the finish. That means we're on to third runs. Rocking right along here time-wise. Doing 5 runs this morning. LaRose in with a 48.463. 48.463.
All righty, Jeffrey Messiah comes in, or on the course right now, just through Brian Robbins. Brian Robbins with a 51.483 and STX 45. So next to come through would be the Pontiac Solstice, driven by Linda Ford and A Stock Ladies, or A Street Ladies. And no time for her right now. Once again, last time in, Brian Robbins, 51.483. All right, Linda's time, 50.170 plus 1. Don't want to have that plus 1 in this rallycross style point system we're running this weekend. You want to stay as clean as possible. Stay away from the cones and find the course. DNF is a bad thing. Don't want to add 10 seconds on top of your competitor's slowest time. So Jeffrey Massau comes through with a 53.737. 53.737, his third run, STM 30. That is 7th out of 8 right now. So next through would be Dave Rogers in the 2011 Porsche Cayman S. Dave's time, 50.676. That puts Dave solidly in that second position there in Super Stock, whatever it is, Super Duper. So Paul McFall in the 2014 Stingray getting ready to roll through. SS34, your leader in Street Stock, Super Stock. 47.457. 47.457 for Paul McFall. 1947 MGTC driven by Gary Cobble. That's the car you're watching on screen right now, live. SEDiv Live. First time a divisional series has been covered live on the internet. All right, Isaac Cogdill comes through, H Street 11. Let's see when his time pops up in the 2011 Honda CRZ, the replacement for the CRX. With a 52.833, 52.833 for Isaac Cogdill. All right, on course we've got Gary Cobble followed up by Richard Miller. So we've got a 1947 MG TC and a 1958 Austin Healey Sprite on the course right now. So over 100 years of vehicle out there right now. And Gary Cobble's time in FSP is going to be a 59.889. 59.889. Gary, the only driver in FSP this morning. And Richard Miller getting ready to come through in that Austin Healey Sprite. Running in GP. Richard, a long-time competitor here in East Tennessee. The 52.667. 52.667. And I know you guys are hungry for the sound of these vehicles. We may hook up a mic when we switch out so you guys can hear what's going on if you can't hear through this mic now. So Ben Kiefer in the 94 Acura Integra. The next driver through running in H Street R. Robert Colbert coming through. That's your car on in the camera frame right now. Still waiting on HSR 3045 Ben Kiefer's time, and it pops up 53.889. 53.889 for Ben. Ben, the only driver in the H Street R. Walter Jones in the 91 CRX will be the next driver through. STS 55 with a 48.690. 48.690. Let's see, he had a 43.614, 47.157. So he's sitting third in class. We're going to hand the mic back over to Mr. Brian.
Lynn Cox in. That's STS number 96. She was in with a 47.897. 47.897. 3 cones added to that time for Lynn. Austin Bacleda in. It's STR number 4. His time of 52.538. 52.538. Jeffrey Loveday in this S2000, and now it's STR number 27. Time in a 51051. 51051. Patrick Whalen's 88 Porsche 924 in a 53.302 for Patrick. 53.302. That's STR number 34. Ariel Robbins coming around towards the finish now. Ladies STX number 145. She's got a cone on this run though. Ariel in the 51127. A 51127, but a cone. 2-second penalty added to that time. Linda Ford, A-Stock Ladies number 51 coming in now. Or is that Charlie Ford? Apparently that was Charlie Ford. My bad. This A-Stock number 151. He's in with a 47.758. A 47.758. Shoulders so fucking happy right now. Charles Sykes in that 94 Miata in with 4 cones on this run though. STM number 130. Charlie again 4 cones on this run. It's a 52.383. 52.383 but 4 cones for Charles Sykes. Jonathan Kissam in now. This 2014 BRZ is STX number 26. No, my bad. STX number 2. Jonathan in with a 53.732. 53.732. Joey Richardson in a moment ago. That's STX number 26. Joey was in with a 48.918. A 48.918. Adrian Nash in this 04 BMW M3 was in with a 51.461. 51.461 for him. Your two top times in STU out on course right now. Chris Keiman and Lionel Kent. Keeman in now a little bit slower on this round. STU number 7, he's in with a 48.233. 48.233. See what Lionel Kent can do. He was in the 47s earlier. Both of these two guys were. Lionel making some car adjustments to see if he could get it to settle the rear down a little bit, and he did by a lot. 46.294 for Lionel Kent. 46.294. Lionel shops about a second and a half off his previous best time with that run. Ray LaRose, C prepared number 115, and now he's got a cone on this run. 53.412. 53.412 plus 1 for Gray. STM number 20, Ryan Buckingham in now. This 05 STI silver car. He's in with a 48.253. 48.253. Lindell Waters in now, STM number 54. Lindell in with a 48.091, a 48.091. Here's Brooke Bagwell into the finish now in this 85 Toyota Corolla. Hachiroku. It's STM number 54. Brooke's time of 51.955. 51.955 for Brooke. Stuart Gibson in now is STM number 61 in that Mini Cooper S. Time in a 46.744. Quick time for Stewart, 46.744. We had Britt Strackner in the 06 Evo a moment ago. That's STM number 85. Britt was in with a 48.609. 48.609. Here's Wendy Vick out on course in the 350Z. It's C-Stock Ladies number 9. Wendy was in with a 53.147, a 53.147. Andrea Chase through the finish now in this Corvette. Andrea, ladies cam class number 98, or 198. One of those. I guess she's 98. Nice one. Andrea was in with a 51.106, a 51.106. Victoria Wright in that Subaru Impreza, that's ladies G-Stock number 22. She was in with a 58.501, a 58.501. Heather Bogeman in that red Miata with a 48.522. A 48.522. Brian Robbins in now in a 2012 GTI. He's in with a, this is not a time that's easy to do, a 50.000. 50.000 for Brian Robbins. Couldn't do that on a bet, I'm sure. Here's Linda Ford, ladies A-Stock number 51. She's in with a 51.865. 51.865. Jeffrey Mysall in a moment ago in the 94 Miata, STM number 30. He was in with the 52.243. 52.243. See prepared number 15, Brian LaRose in now. 49.292 for him. 49.292. Looks like we're on to fourth runs. Dave Rogers, Super Street number 13, and now in this 2011 Porsche Cayman S. His time at 51.126. 51.126. Here's Paul McFall in this 2014 C7 Corvette. Super Street number 34. Paul's in with the 46.623 or 46.623. Once again, this live broadcast being brought to you by Karts, K-A-R-T-S, live internet video production services. Owner Carl Rickard here helping us out today. This is a website, www.livekarts.com. Carl can bring live broadcasting and video to your events. He works cheap. Look him up. Isaac Cogdill in a moment ago in that CRZ H Street number 11. He was in with a 53.898, or 53.898 for Isaac. Gary Cobble, your next car to finish, 1947 MGTC. Isaac in with a 53.898, a 53.898. Rich Miller in this 1958 Austin Healey Sprite, and now with a 52.407. 52.407. Ben Kiefer, your next car in, 94 Acura Integra. This teal green car, H Street R, number 45. He's got a cone on this run, though. He's in. Kiefer's in. I'm not seeing a time on him. Okay, Kiefer was in with a 48.939 a minute ago. 48.939 plus 1. Walter Jones in now in this 91 Honda Civic CRX. It's STS number 55. So Austin Bicleta finished a moment ago. That was STR number 4. He was in with a 61.264 plus 1. 61.264 plus 1 for Austin. Then we had Jeffrey Loveday in the 2007 IS 2000. That's STR number 27. His time was a 49.665. 49.665. Patrick Whaley will be your next car, and he's driving a 1988 Porsche 924S. Little red Porsche. Patrick, that's STR number 34. He's in with a 52.707. 52.707. Brian LaRose, seat prepared number 15, will be your next car in. Brian's got a cone on this run. Brian in with a 52.558 plus 1. 52.558 plus 1 for Brian. Ariel Robbins, next car in. That's STX Ladies 145. She's coming through the finish now. 2012 Volkswagen GTI. Ariel's in the 50.360, a 50.360. Charlie Ford in A Street number 151. He was in with a 47.679. 47.679. Charles Sykes, your next car in this STM number 130. He's got a cone on this run. He's catching full boost through the finish in that little turbo Miata. $53,227 for Charles. $53,227 the time in for that Miata. Jonathan Kissam in through the finish now in this 2014 BRZ. He's in a 52.372, 52.372 for him. '26 STX, that's Joey Richardson. In the 06 WRX, he was in with a 48.119. 48.119. Adrian Nash, STU number 1, in with a 50.549. 50.549. Chris Kamen in the 2011 Mitsubishi Evo in with a 47.701. 47.701. Here's Lionel Kent. I believe he's leading in STU right now. Turning the quickest times anyway. Sideways through the finish corner. Lionel slows down. Ran a 46.2 earlier. This one's a little slower than that. 47.790. 47.790 for Lionel. Ryan Buckingham, STM number 20, coming through the finish now. Ryan's in with a 47.448. 47.448. Lindell Waters driving a 2007 Impreza WRX STI. That's STM number 25. Into the finish. Hear that turbo boost kicking. Lindell in with a 47.716. A 47.716. Brooke Bagwell coming in now in this 1985 Corolla. STM number 54. He comes through with a 52.306. A 52.306. Looking at Stuart Gibson, your next finisher. This little chalk yellow Mini Cooper S. Stuart turned some good times out here today. STM number 61. And we've got Wendy Vick out here now. We've got a live camera mounted in her car. So you're getting a driver's eye view out of the windshield here, off the roof rather, of Wendy Vick and the Scott Dobler 350Z. Live broadcasting in-car, technically on-car video. Giving you a bird's eye view of the course here. A moment ago, though, Stuart Gibson was in with a 46.222. A 46.222 for Stuart. Britt Strackner in now with a 2006 Mitsubishi Evo. He's in with a 48.217. 48.217. Wendy Vick, you'll be your next car in. If you're playing along at home watching the video feed, you can see her view of the course as she's coming around this final corner, headed in towards the finish lights. Here she is accelerating through the finish. Wendy Vick, C-Stock Ladies number 9. Wendy, this is only her second autocross ever. And she gets the honor of being the very first person to have live video feed from their car here at one of these autocross solo broadcasts. Wendy was in with a 53.143. A 53.143 was the time in that car you got the view out of. Here's Andrea Chase in now in the 2012 Corvette. Cam Ladies number 98. She's in with a 51.112. A 51.112 for Andrea. Here's Victoria Wright coming in now. G-Stock Ladies number 22, and this is 2010 Subaru Impreza non-turbo. 60.908 for her. 60.908. Heather Bogeman, ladies, STR number 25 in that 2006 Mazda. She was in with a 48.543. 48.543. Here's Brian LaRose once again. Seems like I keep seeing him coming around. Brian LaRose in this 87 IROC Z. Brian in with a 48.724. 48.724. Brian Robbins, STX number 45, coming into the finish now in this 2012 GTI. He's in with a 50.316. A 50.316 for Brian Robbins. Linda Ford, A-Stock Ladies number 51, will be the next car into the finish. It's working her way up that back uphill straight. Through the last few corners, she's coming into the finish corner. This 90-degree right. Sweeping her way through, pushing the front tires just a little bit. She's in now with a 49.573 for Linda Ford. 49.573. Jeffrey Mysall in this 94 Turbo Miata in this STM number 30. He's through the finish with a 51.590. 51.590. Dave Rogers in this 2011 Cayman S in now the 50.797, but a cone. 50.797 plus 1 for him. Paul McFall will be your next car in this beautiful blue 2014 C7 Corvette Stingray. Super Street number 34, Paul McFall into the finish in this C7 Stingray. The 46.688. 46.688. Isaac Cogdill in this CRZ H Street number 11. He's in with a 52.450. 52.450. Now we're on to old dudes in British cars. Should be Gary Cobble and Rich Miller out on course now. Cobble running F Street Prepared in this MGTC. Running up the hill into the finish with a 52.450. A 52.450. No, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong time for him. Gary Cobble in the MG was a 59.139. A 59.139 for him. Here's Rich Miller. This 58 Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite. Rich in with a 52.630, 52.630. Walter Jones coming down this front straight here, front slalom, I should say, off the start. Kind of missing his braking point, it looked like. I believe he went a little deep there in this turnaround. See how his time bears that out. Ben Kiefer in this 94 Integra. Coming in now, H Street R, number 45. His time of 51.572. A 51.572 for Kiefer. See what Walter Jones runs in this black CRX. It's his track car / autocross car. This car gets a lot of different uses. Very versatile little platform. And Walter into the finish now. It's STS number 55. He's in the 48.618. 48.618. Robert Colbert coming in now in this 92 Miata, SCS number 58. Robert was in with a 61.330. 61.330. It's red Miata time out here. Lynn Cox and Austin Bacleda on course. Lynn's been dirty all day, hitting a bunch of cones. See if she cleans it up on this run. 47.478 for her. 47.478. Seems to be clean. Got Jeff Loveday out there in the silver S2000. Austin Bacleda will be your next car in this 1990 Miata, this little red car with the white stripes. Good looking car. He's STR number 4. Austin in with a 52.073, a 5.2073. Loveday in now in the S2000, STR number 27. His time of 49.290, 49.290. Patrick Whaley in this 88 924 Porsche, and now STR number 34. Patrick's time of 53.061, a 53.061. Gray LaRose in now, see prepared number 115. So Gray was in a moment ago with a 51.879. 51.879. Here is Ariel Robbins in now in this 2012 GTI. STX Ladies number 145. Her time at 50.284. 50.284 for Ariel Robbins. A Street 151. That's Charlie Ford in that 2008 Solstice GXP. Charlie in with a 47.936. 47.936. Charles Sykes, STM number 130, in with a 53.804. 53.804 for Charles Sykes. Jonathan Kissam, STX number 2, and with a 52.940, a 52.940. STX number 26, Joey Richardson in with a 47.794, but a cone. 47.794 plus 1 for Joey. Adrian Nash and this 2004 M3. In with a 49.624, 49.624. That's STU number 1, Adrian Nash in the 04 BMW M3. Here's Chris Kyman in now in this 2011 Mitsubishi Evo. See STU number 7. He's in with a 47.558, 47.558. Lionel Kent, STU number 13, in now running another quick time, 46.434 for Lionel, 46.434. Almost as quick as his, would have been his third run. He had a 46.2 earlier. H Street number 11, Isaac Cogdill in now in this 2011 Honda CRZ. Isaac in that CRZ was a 53.375 a moment ago. We got Ryan Buckingham in now. This is STM number 20. He's got a cone on this run, though. And the silver STI. He's in with a 48.413 plus 1. 48.413 plus 1. So I'm being told that there's going to be a 2-run shootout this afternoon for everyone, both groups. A little separate independent thing, a 2-run shootout for a separate shootout trophy. Just to add a couple extra runs and a little extra excitement to this event here. We're developing the format as we roll, it looks like, but that's certainly all right. Okay, Lindell Waters in a moment ago, STM number 25. He's in with a 47.591. A 47.591 for Lindell Waters. Brooke Bagwell in now with a 53.081. A 53.081. That was STM number 54. Brooke Bagwell in the 85 Toyota Corolla. Stuart Gibson in the 2002 Mini Cooper S. Your next car in, STM number 61. Stuart is in with a time that will show up eventually. Here it is, 46.194 for Stuart Gibson. Super fast time, that little Mini Cooper. Now we're going live in car with Wendy Vick. If you're watching your screen, watching your monitor, you see an in-car video, or on-car video, I guess, from the roof of Wendy Vick's 350Z. Wendy making her rounds out there, heading down the hill towards that back 180. Getting some good in-car shots, see what this course looks like from the driver's perspective. Wendy Vick, as you're watching, you and Wendy Vick both crossing the finish line. She powers up that hill, comes in with a 55.485 for Wendy, 55.485. Before her was Britt Strackner. I missed his time. Britt Strackner, STM number 85. He was in a moment ago with a 47.812. A 47.812. Here's Andrea Chase in this Grand Sport Corvette running cam class. She's in with a 50.902. A 50.902 for Andrea Chase. Victoria Wright, your next car in this 2010 Subaru Impreza non-WRX, non-turbo car. She's running G-Stock Ladies, G-Street Ladies. Victoria in with a 61.542, 61.542. Heather Bogeman, your next car in, STR Ladies number 25. Heather in with a 48.462. A 48.462 for Heather. So again, at the end of second heat, we're going to go into a 2-round shootout. Everyone gets a shot for a shootout trophy for this afternoon. Just a little special treat. We're running ahead of schedule here. So that should be a lot of fun. Once again, this whole Ustream broadcast here at the Southeast Divisional Championships being brought to you by CARTS, K-A-R-T-S, Live Internet Video Production Services. owner and president Carl Rickert sitting here next to me. Carl, you want to tell everybody a little bit about what you do with this karts production service?
Sure. We started racing go-karts back in about 2005 when Junior started running karts, and I ended up getting in on the race management side of it and saw a great opportunity to do timing and scoring, get paid for it, and go racing. So my hotel was paid for, my gas was paid for, everything was paid for. So I ended up turning that into a business, and where I started bringing cameras to the event, and was also instrumental in helping get the Race Monitor app for those racers, working with Mark Lipsner out of Colorado. Ended up turning that into a venture where I'm out about 30 weekends a year doing this live internet production. I could do it anywhere. I've done birthdays, autocross events, road race events, karting events.
Bachelor parties?
I'm there. So that's about it. We turned it into a business, and here we are with SEDiv. Great to be back with the Southeast Divisional Solo Series, another traveling series, real close to my heart. As some of you may know, that I am a past SCCA Solo Divisional Steward. Used to be the SHIT years ago when Mark Sipe, that's back in the 90s for some of you oldies, was running the series, and that was before, help me, Mark Childs. So, yeah, I'm an old-timer, but back out here again.
Well, it's good to see you back out, Carl. Good to see you back out. You autocrossed for years, disappeared for a while, and got this great company going. It's great to see you and your company out here supporting this sport. So that looks like that wraps up Heat 1 here at the Southeast Divisional Championship. We'll have a brief delay while we switch workers over and get cars in grid, and we'll be up and running here in just a few minutes here at Smoky Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Second heat workers, please check in at the trailer. Second heat workers, please check in at the trailer. Once again, if you are a second heat worker and have not checked in, please come to the back of the East Tennessee Region trailer and check in with your worker chief. We want to get this run group going and get done and pack up before the hottest part of the day, and then we can get on to the festivities this evening. With, there are cold adult beverages for everybody who finishes. So let's get moving. All righty. Workers to your work assignments. Workers to your work assignments. Want to welcome everyone to the afternoon run group at SEDiv 2014. I want to give our extreme round of gratitude to Carl Rickert, who is broadcasting live on Ustream. If you want to text your friends at home or send them a message, they can go to Ustream and search for SEDiv Live, and they will actually see live footage of the event from Carl's video camera, and the results will be there as well on Solo Live. So check that out on YouTube and search for SEDiv Live, and your friends and family will be able to follow along. So drivers to your cars. Second group workers, grab a bottle of water. Also want to remind everybody to continue to hydrate this afternoon and apply suntan lotion liberally. It is a hot day, and we don't want to have anybody get overheated or dehydrated. We'll get going shortly. So once again, I want to remind everyone about the upcoming SEDiv events that are going to be held. There's going to be one August the 23rd in Atlanta, Georgia, at Turner Field. I'm from the Atlanta region originally, now living in Maryville, and that's a really good lot. They can get some nice big courses there. It is sealed asphalt, although the sealant has been coming up, and so I think that that's going to be a good event down there. And then October, we're looking for an event at the brand new Chattanooga region site over at the Cleveland Regional Airport, which is on a piece of concrete, and a really nice piece of concrete, I'm told. So that is the new permanent home of the Chattanooga region, and looking forward to running down there with them this year, as the concrete is grippy, and it's probably a good prep course for those of us that want to try our hand at nationals out in Lincoln, because concrete is concrete. So anyway, those are your other SEDiv events, August 23rd and October. So put those on your calendar, and thanks to Scott Dobler for doing such a great job of putting this series together. It's back after a several-year hiatus, and we're hoping that we can grow this series and just make it better and better for all of the regions in the South to work together. So hopefully we will have a great turnout at the rest of the series, and the series will be back under Scott's leadership again next year. Thank you. All right, I hear the cars going to the line. We're getting ready to go green. This run group will have in it some classic American muscle car, of which I believe that is a 68 Chevrolet C10 stepside, along with the other cars for classic American muscle. New class SCCA is trying out, and it should be a good time for all. I have one of those at home. It's a 72, and I'm probably gonna bring it out here and run it eventually. Just to make a quick announcement, we're broadcasting on 91.5 FM, so if you're in your car and you want to tune in and listen, if you have a radio in your car, put it on 91.5 and you'll be able to hear results as they come in. I want to also remind you that everything that I say is unofficial, and all of these results are unofficial, and given the interesting format we have this year with the run 4 and drop 1, it will, of course, be challenging to keep up with that in terms of what your drop is, and we won't really know which one's going to be your drop until you're finished with your last run. So it's a good format. It makes everybody be on their game from their first run and try to focus as best they can to not make any mistakes. So should be a good format, and the results will be final after the run group. Anything I say is, of course, unofficial. want to take this opportunity to remind everybody who's on the lot here, even if you're here for baseball camp, we want to get you to sign in and get an armband. It is free. If you're going to be here today on the lot watching us run, then we want you to sign in and, of course, to be safe and stay out of the way of the cars. So please do that at the table in the front of grid. Okay, I'm being told that we're going green. So corner workers, look alive. Okay, and the course is green. We are getting cars to the line for the afternoon run group here at SEDiv 2014. Thanks again to East Tennessee Region for hosting this and putting it on. You guys do a great job. And our first car makes its way up to the line. It's BSP Alex Doss in his 06 350Z, number 35, BSP. This is a very, very nice car for autocross. And we are green. Everybody look alive. Alex takes it tight on that initial showcase turn. It's a little bumpy there. That was one thing we found out in the morning. That showcase turn is quite bumpy if you hug the corner. So we finally ended up giving away 3/10 to go wide and preserve the tires and the car. And we have on the course Randy Chase +1 in the showcase turn. Randy in his Corvette Z06 2012. Beautiful car. Randy Chase just relocated here to the East Tennessee region. Been autocrossing for many, many years. Coming into the finish is Alex in his Nissan with a time of 53.516. 53.516 for Alex Doss. Randy Chase coming up the back hill in his Vette. That Vette loves to eat that pavement coming up a hill. So Randy is really aggressive there coming up the hill, and will do again coming into the finish. The back end, it's a little bit loose. He saves it. Good job by Randy saving the Vette at the finish. The car always wanting to step out there coming up the hill off camber. But Randy saves it. I'm waiting for a time to come through on Randy. Don't have one yet. And Andrew Coleman is out on course on his 350Z, also running in B-Stock, number 3. Still waiting on a time for Randy Chase in the Corvette. Don't know whether we're having a timing issue or not. Just stand by for that, please. Now on course we get our first pro driver. Brian Darby in his 2001 S2000 running pro BSR. So the Nissan of Andrew Coleman coming into the finish. Also waiting on a time for him. Seems to be possible timing issues. Stand by. There we go. Coming through a little bit of a delay. Randy Chase comes through with a 60.108. 60.108. Andrew Coleman with a 47.02 in his 350Z. Now on course is Sunshine and Scotty Dobler. Our SEDiv organizer this year. These 350s are so well balanced. Coming into the finish here is Garrett Evans in his MR2 XP car, 155 XP. And here comes Scotty Dobler up the hill into the last section here. Pushes a little bit wide. You can hear those tires squealing a lot as Scotty comes around the corner, and he is into the finish. Catching up on a few scores here, Brian Darby with a 61.6, Garrett Evans with a 48.7 in his MR2. Dobler comes in with a time which puts him in the lead in C-Stock, but I don't have the time yet. I just know his position. The Mini Cooper of Lee Hammer is out on course, coming into the finish now. It's actually a Cooper S, I should say. And Chris Harp is out on course in his RX-8. So Lee Hammer into the finish in his gray Mini Cooper, number 31 D-Stock. Waiting on a time for there. Dobler's time is a 57.087. 57.087 for Scott Dobler. Well done. I'm sure we'll see that time drop as he gets a better feel for the course. Ken Goons of the 2006 Porsche Boxster, B-Stock number 17, is now coming into the finish up the hill. Chris Harp comes across the line with a 52.231. A 52.231 for Chris Harp. The Lee Hammer time was a 49.7, which is an excellent time for your first run in that Mini Cooper. So well done, Lee. We have our first F-Stock car on the course now, our staged rather. James Barr is in with his Mazda number 16 E-Stock, and here is Carl Rickert coming up the hill in his MR2. Carl into the finish quickly in his MR2 E-Stock number 38. We have our first Mustang out on course, 2011 GT, followed by another 2011 GT of DeWitt Payne. So a couple Mustangs on the course right now. Both of them are F-Stock cars, I should say. The first one is Clancy. Clancy come around that last corner car wanting to step out. He pulls it back in and comes across the line clean. And now there's a Camaro on the course, another F-Stock car. We've got all the F-Stock cars running together. Carl Rickert's time is a 52.72. 52.72 for Carl Rickert in his Toyota MR2. Here comes the second Mustang up the hill. This is DeWitt Payne's car, a 2011 beautiful GT, and he's across the line Clancy Bryson across with a 50.153, a 50.153 for Clancy Bryson in the 2011 Mustang. And then we're waiting to see where he stands in F-Stock. These are first runs. The Camaro across the line. DeWitt Payne comes in with a 56.4. So Clancy is in first place in F-Stock right now with 2 more competitors left on course. The Camaro of Paul Brettweiser and the BMW of Bradley Beagle. Beagle coming up the hill. The back end of that BMW steps out. He saves it, gets off the gas, gives up a lot of time coming up that hill. I think the car was really squirrely, but he was able to pull it back in. Waiting for times for Brettweiser and Fiegel to come in. Brettweiser in with a 55.8 in the 2014 Camaro, putting him in 8th in F-Stock. Oh, I'm sorry, that's number 8. And then Bradley Fiegel in with a 51. So it looks like Bryson, after first runs, has the lead by a second over Fiegel. 1.1 over Fiegel after first runs. Tom Simon in with the Focus ST comes in with a 46.9. Tom Simon in G-Stock, the only driver in that class with a 46.9, which is a great time for Tom in that car on this particular course, getting everything that it has to give. Next is your CSP class. You got Greg Miller and you got Mike Burke in that class, both of them in Mazdas. Miller in first with a 47.2. 47.2 for Miller. As you hear the roar of the XP cars out on course. Here comes the first XP car into the finish of Clinton Wilson and Jim Simmons out there also in the Cobra. Mike Burke comes in with a 47.5, so there's 0.3 of a second. Really close after first runs in CSP. Greg Miller with a 0.3 of a second lead over Mike Burke. We're going to have a pause here, a couple of little timing delays. We still have cars on course. Here comes that XP car. Always love the factory 5s. Quite a handful on an autocross course, but here. CSP, I only got 2 times. I only have 2 CSP cars right now. Only 2 CSP cars. Clinton Wilson in with a 46. Oh, we've got a timing correction coming. Stand by. Stand by. Everything's going to change. So we'll be back in a minute. Okay, we're going to have a rerun. Kurt Bogman going to get a rerun in his Mazda Pro STR. Number 25 is going to have a rerun. And oh, never mind. I'm being told that they had a timing situation that they have corrected. Kurt, never mind that. And you can't get a rerun when you haven't gone out yet. So, but they have made the corrections to the times. I want to let everyone know that my words and sounds are completely unofficial. And in fact, for the last 10 minutes, we've had a little shift here where the times that I was calling out were actually off by 1. So what that means is that everything I've said in the last 15 minutes is completely null and void, and thank you for listening. So what I'll try to do is try to give you an update on some of the classes now that we know that the runs have been repaired. So let's go back all the way up, and let's look at the E-Stock cars. E-Stock's got James Barr and Carl Rickert. Carl Rickert leading that class by 5 seconds. Thank you, Carl. And in F-Stock, you've got DeWitt Payne in first place in the white Mustang, followed by wow, this is really a mess. They got two cars in fourth place. We're back to green. And in the CSP race, which I talked about earlier, gave you an erroneous score there. I thought it was 0.3 off. It is in fact more than a second. Randy Chase back out on course, I believe. No, that's Brian Flanagan. My apologies. That's Brian Flanagan, number 198 in the Chevy Corvette. My instructor in the Evo school. And here comes Paxton Jones into the line in his 350Z, 135 BSP, in with a time of 53.771 for Paxton Jones. Here comes Flanagan. The back end steps out on him. He can't save it. Flanagan goes around at the start. Big pile of smoke. He's got his fist up through the T-tops. Hell yeah, that's America right there, baby. Brian Flanagan with a spin for style points and has a 51.4 with a spin. America, hell yeah. That's the way we do it, Flanagan. Well done. And the nice thing was he kept the course green. He got his hunk out of the way before we ran over him, so that's good. Now we're getting some more times here. Gary Mitchell in with an S2000 right behind Flanagan. Gary in with a 47.1. Want to let everyone know we're live on board with 189 CSP, live on board with Scott Dobler in the Nissan 350 on course right now, streaming live on Solo Live. You go to YouTube and search for SEDiv Live, and you will see in-car from Scotty Dobler. Scott goes down to the bottom part of the course, turns and coming up the big hill. This is the horsepower section for Dobler. He's on it hard, coming up the hill, making the sharp left-hand turn into the short chute, down to the finish. Let's see if he can be stable this time. Comes around really wide. Dobler back on the gas. Good run for Scott. Let's see what he did here. Waiting for a time on Dobler. There it is, 46.7, putting him in first place in C-Stock. First place in C-Stock for Scott Dobler. That's Scotty Dobler. That's the young one. So I didn't see the Y on the end of the name there. Dobler with the time, first place in class now for Dobler. Trey Davis in the RX-8 with a 49.865 for Trey Davis. Bob Ross on course in his hatch, and followed by Matt Daniel in the 240 SX. Here comes Ross up the hill in the hatch. Sounded like he might have hit the rev limiter there. Coming up the hill. This course will do that. This is a horsepower course. Ross in with a 54.695, He's in a tough XP class and has some work to do on a course that doesn't favor a hatch. So Matt Daniel in the 92 240 SX is in now with a 52.8 from Matt Daniel. 52.8. He takes the lead in STC. But Dave Yoder is right behind him, coming up the hill in the Nissan NX 2000. Can Yoder find time to take the lead away? Looks smooth coming up the hill. Here he is coming into the finish. Yoder with a time of 51.8. He does take the lead. He does take the lead by a little less than a second. 0.9. Yoder in the lead in STC. So Yoder covers Daniels after first runs, and now Borgman is out on course in his MX-5, followed closely by John Brown as we get into some pro runs. Borgman coming into the finish. His Mazda turns really well. He gets the power down with no problems. Borgman up the hill, 25 Pro STR in with a 48.5. A 48.5 for Bergman. A great time. But right behind him will be John Brown in the Mazda. The Miata up the hill really sounding good. John Brown in, waiting for a time. John Brown with a 46 takes the lead away from Bergman. John Brown with a 46.605 in that Pro STS car. Oh, I apologize. We got some ESP cars on course now. You can hear them. Jeff Cox comes off course 199 with a time of 46.067. 46.067 for Jeff in the Pro ESP car. Justin Ford coming in the Solstice right behind him. And there's another Mustang of Tyler Garrett down on the bottom of the course. That 302 is really making power, and coming up that hill, he's going to put it all to the ground. Here comes Tyler up the hill. Classic American Muscle. And Tyler Garrett with a 48.025. 48.025 for that Boss 302. Putting him in first place in Classic American Muscle. And now you've got your 68 Chevy C10. This truck is actually a highly modified suspension. It's got a 6-inch lower in the rear and 4 in the front. Very interesting truck. Here's the Camaro coming into the finish. The Camaro of Ryan Jarrett. Ryan puts that Chevy small block power to the ground and comes up the hill, competing in Classic American Muscle with a 52.914. A 52.914 for Ryan Jarrett, putting him fourth in the cam class. Here comes Jeff Ferguson in his C10 coming up the hill. It has an LS1 in that truck. If you can imagine having a hard time putting power down with an LS1, well, put it in a pickup truck that has no rear weight on the back of it and try to put that power to the ground. That's a fun time right there. Jeff Ferguson coming into the finish in a 68 C10. And I asked Jeff after his runs to open up his hood so everybody can look at that installation he did on that LS1. This Jeff in with a 56.031. So let's look at some times in cam. After first runs, Tyler Garrett in first. Jeff is not in. Jeff is not in cam. Tyler is in first in cam, and Jeff Cox is in second in pro. And first in pro is John Brown. We've got another Corvette back on course, Randy Chase. Hopefully he'll be more smooth coming into the finish this time with no spin. He's into the finish. With a 47.3. A 47.3 for Randy Chase in his Corvette. It's a good time. Got Garrett Evans out on course in his X-Prepared MR2. 155 XP. We got some more pro drivers on course here. Brian Darby, 99 Pro BSR on course. the Roadsters. Brian dancing that car through the slalom, headed down to the bottom of the hill, and he passes Garrett Evans in the Omar 2 coming back up the hill. Garrett looks smooth coming into the finish. Currently sitting in 5th in XP. Garrett hoping to move up. Garrett stays in 5th in XP with a 51.886, 51.886. Here comes Darby in his S2000 into the finish with a 45.839 in pro. That is a very good raw time, but in a tough pro class, he has some work to do. Scott Dobler, senior, I should say, Scott Dobler out on course now. Coming up the hill, Scott in the Nissan 350 in with a time of 47.04, putting him in 4th in C stock. Workers looking for some cones. There's some missing cones on course, but here comes the 350 up the hill. Andrew Coleman running in B stock today. We're on second runs now. Andrew Coleman in with a 57.8. A 57.8 doesn't help him in B stock. And here is Con Goons, I should say. Con Goons, I apologize for butchering your name, Con. In his Porsche Boxster, headed down the hill through the slalom, looking very smooth. Con Goons in the B stock car stays in the lead in his Porsche Boxster, now with a substantial lead in B stock. Some C stock cars on course now. Chris Harp out on course, and Lee Hammer. Lee is a D stock car in the Mini Cooper. Chris comes in with a 49.1 for his Mazda RX-8. And Lee Hammer out in the Mini Cooper down at the bottom of the hill, I believe. Yep, making the turn to come up the hill in that Cooper S, which has a supercharger and is going to use every bit of that power to come up that hill. Very high-speed section of the course, and that Cooper S is navigating it now, coming into the finish. More tire squeal for Lee, but Lee into the finish. Lee stays in first place in D stock. Actually, these times are cumulative. I want to remind you that these times are cumulative, so it's a little bit difficult to determine positions until the entire run group is finished. So I'll be a little more cautious to that going forward. We've got a couple Mustangs back on course now. F-Stock. White Mustang of Clancy Bryson on course now, followed shortly by leader DeWitt Payne. Carl Rickard into the finish. I want to remind everyone, Carl Rickard is the owner and president of livecarts.com, and they are streaming this event live on Ustream, and you go to Ustream and search for SEDiv Live, and you will find a live video of this event. So thanks to Carl for putting that up for us onto the web. Here comes the Mustang back into all kinds of loose, saves it. I don't believe he hit a cone. That was great driving over there by Clancy. Did not hit any timing lights, but was definitely waggling all the way through the finish. Clancy in with a 51-2, a 51-2 for Clancy Bryson. I'm getting a cone call on that, +1. Here comes the other F-Stock car of DeWitt Payne. DeWitt a little more stable coming into the finish. And DeWitt in with the 49-1, so DeWitt moves into second place in F-Stock. The Camaro of Paul Brittweiser now coming into the finish. LS1 power coming up the hill. Brittweiser with a 54-1. Tom Simon on course now in the white Focus GST, I should say. Here comes the BMW of Brad Fiegel, also an F-Stock car. Let's see, can Fiegel jump up into the positions here in his 2003 beautiful BMW M3 that just sounds awesome. Fiegel with a 53-1 is able to get ahead of Brittweiser, but is not able to catch up to Bryson. So F-Stock as it sits after second runs, you've got DeWitt Payne. Oh, it just updated. Tom Simon into the finish in his Focus ST. Tom looks like it was a reconnaissance run for him, so I expect there was a down cone or something. Probably going to get a rerun. Greg Miller into the finish in his CSP Miata. And Greg Miller with a 46-2, which is an excellent time. For Greg in that Miata. But Mike Burke is on course right behind him, and this will certainly settle out CSP. They were 3/10 apart after first runs. Let's see where they are here. Burke into the finish smooth with a 48.7, so Burke is actually slower. Miller maintains his position, I believe, by 2 seconds. Miller maintains his position. Getting a the roar of XP cars on the course now. Factory 5 Roadsters. Really quite a handful. A lot of horsepower, really wide tires. Dancing with that baby as it goes down the hill. Jim Simmons trying to win XP. All right, here comes the XP car of Jim Simmons up the hill. You hear that power as he puts it down. Jim with a 44.9. 44.9 in XP. That is an excellent time. An excellent time for Jim. Putting him in third in XP. Here comes Paxson up the hill. And chasing him is Brian Flanagan, who put on a show last time. Let's see if Flanagan can keep it in a straight line this time. Here's Paxton Jones coming up the hill in the 350Z into the finish. And his time in BSP is a 52.63. 52.63 for Paxton, putting him in first in BSP. Here comes Flanagan. This is where he lost it last time. He's much more conservative on the gas coming out of that corner. Doesn't lose it this time. And Flanagan does get a time for his Classic American Muscle of 47.076. 47.076 for Brian Flanagan, which is a good time, but I know he can do better. I think he was a little cautious on that last turn, not wanting to spin again, putting him in 5th out of 6th in CAM. So you can do better, Brian. Gary Mitchell coming into the finish in his S2000 in Pro BSR, waiting for some times on that. And here's Tom Simon out on course for his rerun in his Focus ST. Simon, the only Atlanta region member who is not a pansy, the only Atlanta region member who made his way to East Tennessee for this event. So well done, Tom. Gary Mitchell into the finish with a 46.067. 46.067 for Gary in Pro. He is 6th in Pro. We're live on board with Scotty Dobler. This is the younger Scotty, live on board right now with him as he dances down the hill, coming up through the turn and down across the islands. Down. This is a very high-speed section. He's got to get the braking point right down there, and you definitely can make up a lot of time. Now Scotty on the gas, comes up the hill hard. This is a full throttle acceleration, and then you got to get on the brakes hard to turn left. Scotty looking smooth. Really smooth. Coming into the finish a little wide here, but he gets it back. He lifts a little to stabilize the car and up through the finish. Well done, Scotty. Looking for a time. Should get one in a second here. But we are on board live with Scotty in the 350Z. Tom Simon's time is a 47.043, a 47.043 for his G-Stock car. We're waiting for a time for Dobler. And Trey Davis is right behind him on course now in the RX-8. They're going to settle this out right now in C-Stock. Dobler with the lead, and Davis wants it. Davis looked good coming into the finish there. You got to straighten the car out and then get on the gas, right, Carl, and just hold on. I don't know if you saw the Mustang that went through there earlier. He had a tank slapper that was probably 3 different times going the other way coming up the hill. It was a handful. But those Mustangs can be a handful under power.
500 horsepower, definitely.
Yep. So that looked like a lot of fun. I asked Carl a question right when he puts the food in his mouth. Hey, it's my first time broadcasting, Carl. I don't know those sort of things. So we do have a time from Dobler, 49.1. That's the younger Dobler, 49.1. He moves up to 2nd in C-Stock. And we're waiting for a time on Davis. There seems to be a delay here. So, Carl, you're with us today. This is a rare event for you to be able to come out and work SEDiv after, you and I ran SEDiv maybe 10 years ago together. And the series is back, and you're back. And so what do you hope for the future here for SEDiv?
Well, I used to, again, I'm a previous Southeast Division solo steward. So in the days of me running the series, we ran a traveling series anywhere from Florida to Virginia. And I'm definitely hoping to see that series, that traveling series, come by. I know that a lot of people, are not traveling as far for these events, but every weekend, just about, I'm traveling with my business. That's Carts. I provide live internet video services to racing series around the country. And today we're here with the Southeast Divisional Solo Series, and the camera is actually on your Solo 2 Steward's vehicle on that 350Z. So, it was sort of a yeah, let them know we've got some timing issues right now, so we're going to work through the.
Has it been 2 or 3 years since there's been a SEDiv?
Well, the last, I think the Tallahassee region down there, the Dixie region ran it with the tour at South Georgia Motorsports Park for years, right? And as far as the last time it was a traveling series, I guess was probably 2005, the last year that I ran. Yeah, I moved, was living in Florida doing that at the time, and ended up moving back up here. And I moved up here 3 months after I moved up here. I lost my job, so I had to give up the SEDiv stewardship, and I think Mr. Hayward Wagner actually took that over. Oh, we got cars back on course.
Hayward Wagner of the Atlanta region fame. I hope you're out there watching today, Hayward. And you would love this, Hayward. There's a Hatch on course, just as we're talking about Hayward. Hayward is Dr. Hatch, for those of you that don't know. Although I heard he's pining for something different these days. Might have 3 German letters in it, perhaps. Well, yeah. So, rear-wheel drive, once you get it in your veins. You just got to have more of it. So out on course, Bob Ross again in his hatch. Bob Ross, I'm being told there is a cone down. Possibly Ross put it down. Don't see workers scrambling, but I'm told there's a cone down. Ross really smooth now coming up the hill. That's a much better run for Bob Ross. Should be helpful to him, although he's in a tough class in that XP. 51.2, a good time for the hatch. A very good time for the hatch. Hayward would be proud of you, Bob. Well done. So Dave Yoder, Matt Daniel on course now in a couple of Nissans. So Nissan takeover, STC on course. Daniel in first with a 52.0. Doesn't do enough to help him get in the class lead. So Yoder has the lead on course, trying to pad his lead right now. Yoder coming up the hill in his NX 2000 in STC. Closely followed by Bogman, I'm sorry. Yoder coming up the hill, looking good, waiting for a time here. 51.3, so Yoder hangs on to the lead, 1.6 second lead in the class in STC. So Yoder with a 51.323. Bogman into the finish in his MX-5. I've driven one of those before in anger, and those are fun. Borgman in with a 47.8, Look at Jeff on course now, rotating the rear end as he goes down the hill. Jeff is just such a good driver, and that's such a well-prepared car. And he's not done yet. Waiting on John Brown. The results are a little slow. I apologize. John Brown in with a 46.2 for John Brown. 46.2. 46.2. Here is Jeff Cox right behind him. These are some pro drivers. Jeff in the ESP Mustang, which is a bad machine. Jeff Cox in with a 45.4, puts him in third. He bumps John Brown down and takes third in pro. Jeff Cox in the ESP Mustang, 45.4. We've got more pro drivers. Justin Ford in the A-Stock, pro A-Stock car into the finish now in his Solstice. A lot of heavy braking by the Camaro coming into this showcase turn. That's a tough spot to figure out. There's a big bump there, and I know that it really hurt me this morning in that particular spot. There's a cone call on Ryan Jarrett as well. Here comes the Mustang. The back end steps out. He saves it, brings it into the line. Cam 13, Tyler Garrett with a 48.2 for the Boss 302. And here we have my favorite car of the weekend, the Jeff Ferguson in the 68 C10 powered by LS1. Got a lot of Chevy power on the course right now. Ryan Jarrett in the Camaro and Jeff Ferguson in the pickup. We got a red flag being waved at Jeff Ferguson. We got red flags on the course. Red. We got a red flag on the course. I don't know whether the C10 broke or not. It looked like something happened at the bottom of the hill, waiting to hear the radio. Okay. So the C10 was red flagged. Is back underway. Nothing wrong with that car, that truck, and we're back underway again. Now I'm being told we possibly had a hand out the window. I want to remind passengers it is a mandatory requirement that you keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times when at an event. If your hand goes out the window and you grab onto the car, the safety stewards will signal you to be stopped, and that run will be DNF'd. You will not have that run count. So if you're a passenger, be sure to keep your hands in the car at all times. So unfortunately, we're going to get one rerun out of that. as Alex is going to get a rerun in BSP, so we'll have to wait a minute on those results. As he'll have to come back around. Randy Chase now, as we're back under green, in the Corvette, coming up the hill. Randy looks really smooth this time. Either those tires have warmed up or he has figured it out. A couple of corner workers scurrying behind Brian Darby. I believe there's a cone call +1 on Darby on course still out there, and Randy Chase in with a 47.095, so he is able to improve his time but not able to move up in the CAM class, trailing several other drivers. As I said, Brian Darby with the cone call already is on the bottom of the course. Darby uphill into the finish. Really well done on the turn there. Darby has been doing well in pro. And in with a 45.9 in the pro class, which is a tough class. We've got Scotty Dobler on course again. I don't know, is this live or not? Are we live with Dobler? Are we live with Dobler on course? Yes. We're live. We're streaming live with Scott Dobler as he goes down, making the turn to go down across the islands and cross over into the lower lot. Very high-speed section. Dobler in his 350Z. Stomps the brakes hard, turns left, and is back on the gas immediately. Oh, it steps out on him. He saves it. Good save by Dobler. Coming up the hill, he's going to make the turn. Let's see if he can improve. The streaming live on Ustream Solo, Ustream SEDiv Live is how you get to this. And Dobler into the finish, and all of you listeners watching at home get to see that run. He got a little squirrely at the bottom of the hill, a 48.1. I think that cost him maybe a second. Scotty in the transitions in the heavy horsepower section just overpowered what the tires were able to put down. So Scotty will come back. Scott will come back, and we'll see what he can do on his next run. Alex Doss coming into the finish in a 350Z in BSP, and Alex in with a 51.670, a 51.670 for Alex Doss in the 350Z. Chris Harp is out on course now, along with Andrew Coleman. Chris Harp in with a 49.1. Chris Harp in with a 49.1 in his RX-8. A little bit of a delay here. I want to remind everyone we have a little break here. Get a drink of water. The division has been kind enough to supply, or the region rather, has been kind enough to supply some water at the back of the East Tennessee trailer. So take a chance to get some water. B stock number 9. B stock number 3 into the finish. Andrew Coleman with a 57.725 for Andrew Coleman. He's still in second in B stock. Right behind him in the Porsche Boxster is Con Goons. They are fighting it out in B stock, and Con maintains his lead. 49.749. 49.749. Con is in first place in B stock. So Lee Hammer out on course in the Mini Cooper S. Coming up the hill, and Carl Rickert out again. Carl. We're out of order here, I believe. Hold the start. We got a little bit of out of order here. There's going to be some reruns. Carl Rickert out on course now, coming up the hill. Carl, listen to those tire squeaks. He's running Rivals. Brand new set of tires, and Carl brought him out here to just abuse the heck out of them. So Carl in with a 48.3. He does not improve. 48.3 for Carl Rickert in 38E stock. So we just got a correction on timing. James Barr was out on course with the Velocity Red Mazda Miata. And James in with a 50.074 for James Barr. That was a time that was missing and has now been corrected. Okay, we got some F-stock cars on course. This one is has a Strano parts sticker on it. Sam Strano out of Pennsylvania, one of the renowned Mustang preparing shops in the country. Apparently helped with this car and helped with my car as well. Sam's a good guy, and a shout out to him and all the good things they do at Strano. That's Clancy, who came into the finish, and DeWitt is out on course now, followed by Breitweiser in the Camaro SS. This is a really awesome looking car, red Camaro SS out on course now, headed down the hill, fighting in a tough F-stock class. DeWitt comes up the hill and into the finish. DeWitt currently in the lead, but of course we're on third runs now. So DeWitt maintains that position with a 49.541 for DeWitt Payne. As I said, Breitweiser coming up the hill in his Camaro SS, making that turn, hammering the power down. Look at that thing just launch up the hill. That is just awesome Chevy power right there for you. Breitweiser with a 54.512. I hear the squealing tires of a Focus ST of Tom Simon out on course now. Really a beautiful job in the showcase turn as that back end stepped out and he just drifted that thing around the corner. Very well done for a front wheel drive drift. And here comes the BMW of Bradley Fiegel up the hill in that tough F-stock class. Let's see what Fiegel can do. Fiegel needs to jump down into the 49s, 48s in order to get in the class lead. He's not able to do it. Fiegel with a 54.049. Fiegel stays in third in class. Got some work to do. Here's Simon up the hill in his G-stock Focus ST from Atlanta. The only Atlanta region driver who's not a pansy, who's able to come up here to Tennessee. Simon in with a 49.525 for Tom Simon. 49.525 for Tom Simon. He's going to go back and tell all the Atlanta region people what a good time they missed. And hopefully they'll be at our event in Chattanooga. Next is Greg Miller in the Miata coming up the hill. And that is the lovely sound of ground-pounding XP cars. The Ford Cobra Kit FFR of Clint Wolson out on course. Beautiful green, British Racing Green, I believe, is the name of that color. Here comes Mike Burke in his Mazda Miata. Remember, this CSP class has been the closest class all day. 3 or 4/10 of a second in every run. No difference here. Burke with a 47.5 leaves him in second place as Miller is beginning to pull away in that class. CSP being very close for most of the day. Here comes Clinton in that beautiful Ford Cobra, followed by Jim in his 67 Ford Cobra. Jim's back end steps out a little. These tires are getting a little greasy now in the heat. As they get a little temperature, these R comps are, I found out as well on my last run, hard to handle at speed. So let's see if Simmons can get in ahead of that 44.9 number to get him jumped up on the leaderboard in XP. comes into the finish, and Jim Simmons it jumps up to third. He's in the 45.2 time, so he needed a little more. Didn't have it. Still has time out there. So Simmons remains in third. In third in XP right now. Paxton Jones is out on course, and here's Brian Flanagan, Mr. Good Times himself, going down the hill. See if he can get the acceleration point right where he needs to be on it. Really quick coming up that hill. And if he can keep it straight coming into the finish, this is the area that has plagued him. He does it again. He steps out, but he's able to lift and settle the car and get up the hill with a 46.8, which is a very good time for Brian Flanagan. A 46.824 in Cam, which will leave him fourth in that pretty tough class. Okay, we're going live on course. We're live on course right now, streaming on Ustream, thanks to Carl Rickert and Karts. We're streaming live 189 C-Stock, a car of Scotty Dobler, the younger Dobler, taking a turn through the showcase. Very smooth, right up against the cones in the slalom. Settling the car down in the bottom for that one turn before the crossover. Here's Dobler down the hill. Dobler needing some time to climb back up in class in C-Stock. Makes the turn really smooth. He lost a little bit of time coming up the hill last time, but he is smooth as he can be this time. Makes the turn and headed home. Dobler, the car is pushing really bad right there, but he's able to settle the car down and get it through the finish. Well done by Scotty Dobler, and we were live on Ustream for that 46.9 run of Scotty Dobler. Good to see him out here, and good to see such a good time. He's now in second in C-Stock, so father-son battle has not been settled yet. Catching up on a couple of times, Gary Mitchell with a 47.1 and Paul Heathman with a 46.8. And here is Trey Davis in with a 49.004. A 49.004 for the C-Stock car of Troy Davis. That puts him in third in class. He's got some work to do. He and Dobler covered by only 12 100ths of a second. 12 100ths of a second between those two cars in C-Stock for second and third. Here's Bob Ross out into the finish in his hatch. Bob's been steadily improving. I didn't see what happened there, but he must have spun. That was a 59. So we've got some Nissan. We got some Nissan cars on course now. Daniel and Yoder. The STC class is out, and this has been a good battle all day. Yoder having the upper hand thus far, but Daniel's got something to say about that. So the 92 240 SX coming up the hill. I hear the tires squealing from all the way up here, Carl, so you know that those tires are tiring of the heat. He's not able to put that power down as much as he would like. It's a happy tire. It's squealing. Squealing tires a happy tire. Daniel tires must be very happy with a loud 51.767 and doesn't help himself there. Yoder going to remain in the lead. We're on fourth runs now. Is that right?
Should be, yes. I just finished my third.
So, yeah.
This is third.
Oh, third run. I see one up there. Rickard. Oh, you know why? Because they messed up your time. Yeah. We're good. We're on third runs. Okay, Yoder in with a 50.887, so Yoder with a 9/10 lead on that one, making his cumulative lead over Daniel 2.5, so he's really starting to build some separation there in STC, and let's see if Daniel has something for him on his last run of the day. Catching up on some times, Kurt Bogman in with a 47.001, and John Brown always quick John Brown in with a 46.072 in Pro ST. We're in the Pro cars now. You got the ESP Mustang of Jeff Cox, and you got Justin Ford right behind him in the Solstice. Listen to Jeff put the power down. 199 Pro ESP. Jeff in with a, he's competing in a tough class, but Jeff in with a 45.073 is not helped. He remains third in Pro. Jeff Cox in with a 45.073. Here comes Justin up the hill in his Solstice. Also in that Pro class, and this will be the last run for Justin in with a 45.8. No help for him either. He remains fourth, I believe, in Pro in the A stock division. Got some Ford power on course right now. Tyler Garrett's 302 in that tough cam class. Tyler looked smooth, and right behind him is Ryan Jarrett in the Camaro. Here's the C10 again. Passenger keeping their window rolled up so they don't go out this time. 68 Chevy powered by LS1. That's a good time. So we got a lot of Chevy power on course again. Ryan Jarrett in his 2001 Z28 and Jeff Ferguson in the 68. Here comes the Z28. Listen to those tires squeal. It really gave up some time right there turning. I don't know whether he had some tire problems or overdrove the corner, but very costly turn for Ryan Jarrett in that cam class, and he is sitting in sixth now. So he's got some work to do. Something happened there on the last corner. Here is Jeff in cam number 68. Coming up the hill, putting that power down. Really smooth and a great sounding truck. And that tire squeal would be Mr. Randy Chase in his 98, number 98, cam class Corvette. Jeff in with a 54.4. Jeff Ferguson in with a 54.4 in cam. Jeff's remaining in sixth there. As I said, he's got some work to do. So now we're into some more pro drivers on course. Darcy, soon to be followed by the rest of the pros. On fourth runs for the pros. So got one left, and then we're going to drop one. So Alex Doss is in with a 51.894, a 51.894 for Alex Doss. And here's Randy Chase in that handful of a Corvette with a 47.957, a 47.957 for Jeff Case. Randy Case, I'm sorry. All right, I'm being told we're going to go live again with Dobler on board, your SEDiv region executive. So he's at the line. I'm going to walk you through his run this time. He's in the slalom, coming into the showcase turn. Very tight on that entry cone, looking good. A little bit of tire spin coming out. Headed down the hill through the slalom. And a sharp turn to head down towards the fastest section of the course. Downhill. Dobler now at the bottom of the hill, and he's got to make that long climb up the hill. Last time I recall, he was a little loose down there, but he is really smooth right now. The car's hooked up really well. Dobler onboard live, streaming with you online here and around the world on Ustream. Thank you to Carl Rickert. Dobler in smooth to the finish. Looks like a really good run. Smooth is fast, as we say in this sport, and don't have a time yet for Dobler, but I imagine that was a good one. It was a good one. 47.161 for Dobler in the 350Z that he co-drives with his dad. Father-son racing team is what it's all about. I know I enjoy my time out here with my boys. Chris Harp is coming into the finish now in his RX-8. In C-Stock, as we've said, this is a class that has been tight all day. And Dobler remains in third, Harp in fourth in C-Stock. Harp has not helped any with his 49.1, which is a good time, but not helpful to him. Oh, wow, the Porsche is really loose and stops and then restarts. So I don't know whether there was a problem or whether they just, I don't know yet, waiting to hear on that, whether they stopped for a down cone. out on course, I'm going to wait to hear what happened with Con Goons. He stopped on course. I don't know whether it was a down cone. He's coming up the hill now, so I'm waiting for timing and scoring to tell me what happened there with Con's run. Lee Hammer out on course now. The radios are quiet, so I don't know whether that was a 58 with a stop. So and here's Carl Rickert, 38 E-Stock, out on course. Lots of tire squeal. The rivals are really talking. Carl says that's a happy tire. He's tight on the exit from the showcase turn. That MR2 is very well balanced, so he can do anything he wants with it. Coming into the finish is James Barr in his Velocity Red Mazda. James is not helped. A good time, 49.927 for James Barr, 49.927, but he is not helped in class in E-Stock. Rickard still with the lead, and Rickard on course trying to put some more time down. Rickard coming up the hill on his rivals. Gives a little bit back there on the finish with a 48.9. I believe he had a little more time in him there. I think he lost it coming up the hill. He's probably going to tell me that the tires gave up their grip. He passed the point of hold on and got away from him. Rickard with a 48.916, and he does maintain his lead. Oh, a late cone call on Carl Rickard. I'm being told that he is +1 on that run, unofficially, of course, but he maintains his lead in E-Stock over James Barr. Clancy Bryson out on course now, followed closely by DeWitt Payne. These two guys in the white Mustang GTs in F-Stock are having an epic battle for the lead, with DeWitt being on top with Bradley Fiegel in second, and Bryson and Brittweiser battling it out as well in F-Stock, which is a fun class. So here comes number 7, DeWitt into the finish. He is in the lead. Will he be after this run? Do not know, because Fiegel has some ideas here with the M3. So DeWitt in with a 48.8. Brittweiser right behind him into the finish. And Fiegel on course. This is your F-Stock class. F is for fun. It is definitely the most fun class out here, in my humble opinion. Take a heavy street car, put a lot of horsepower on it, and break loose some tires and make some smoke and have some fun. So we're waiting to see what Fiegel can do here in class. Can he find anything for DeWitt, who's leading right now? Fiegel slow out of that last turn. I don't know what happened. It looked like he might have had some tire smoke there, locked him up going in. I don't think he's going to be helped. And I'm right, he's not helped. He actually stays in third in class. So your F-Stock order right now is, we've got DeWitt leading the class, followed by Bryson and Fiegel, and then Breitweiser. So the two Mustangs lead the pack, and the BMW and Camaro have some work to do. Simon in with a 50.033. Tom Simon 50.033. And Greg Miller in with a 45. That's a good time for Greg Miller. 45.5 in his CSP Miata. Doesn't help him any in the position, but he does have a good cumulative time in class. So that's good driving by Greg. Mike Burke in a Mazda, also in CSP right behind him. Let's settle this right now and figure out who's going to be the CSP leader. And the XP cars are on course. A couple of Factory 5 Roadsters. Jim out there really fighting it. I was watching it, really working the wheel to get that thing to turn. And here comes Clinton into the finish with a 44.5. That is a great time for him. Actually moves him up in XP to 4th place. So Clinton Wilson with a 44.518, a 44.518. And here's Jim coming in his Cobra. This course is a horsepower course, and these Cobras really love it. I'm envious of their horsepower. 44.518 for Clinton Wilson, and we're waiting on a time from Simmons. There it is, 45.190. He is. It's a better run for Wilson, and but yet Simmons takes the overall lead, a third rather in XP. Here we've got cars spinning all over the place. We got 2 cars spinning. The first one would be Paxton Jones, puts it around coming up the hill into the finish, and Brian Flanagan with an America Hell Yeah moment puts his Corvette sideways. So here's Paxton coming up the hill and getting out of Flanagan's way. And why is he getting out of Flanagan's way? Because Flanagan is flying up the hill like a bat out of hell, and he's already spun twice today in his Corvette. So look out! Here he comes up the hill, more stable, no tire smoke. I think he was driving that one just to get it home after the spin. Paxton with a 63.347 with a spin. Flanagan with a spin as well, with a 51.4 with a spin. So I wonder which of the 2 Flanagan spins was the faster time, as he's put that car around 2 out of his 4 runs today. Yes, Brian, it is a handful, but in a good way. So Gary Mitchell on course right now in we're going live. We're on live right now on Ustream, and you search for SEDiv. Look at the drift. Look at the drift. Beautiful. A little tire smoke. It's the wrong sport for that, but some people like that sort of cup of tea. Dobler coming around. This is Scotty Sr., CS 189, headed down the hill. He's had some tire problems putting power down today. Seems like the tires are breaking loose at the most inopportune times. He's smooth coming up the hill now. And right behind him is the Mazda RX-8 of Trey Davis. So here's Dobler. These guys are having an epic battle here in C-Stock. Dobler waiting for a time. There's Dobler's time, 47.3, 47.437, 47.437 for Scott Dobler. That was streaming live on Ustream, thanks to Carl Rickert and Karts. So timing went away. Stand by. And it's back. I'm being told there is a +1 cone call. I'm waiting. Is that on Davis? Who's the cone on? I'm being told the cone is on Dobler. That might actually really hurt him in class. That is going to hurt him. He cannot be doing that. There's the green hatch of Bob Ross in XP, in with a 49.5. I learned something today. Matt Daniel, and here we are in the Nissan battle of STC. Daniel and Yoder going back and forth all day, and Daniel has begun to slip a little bit. Yoder's pulled away cumulatively by about 2 seconds. Daniel with a good run there, 51.3. Here comes Yoder up the hill. Yoder looks slower on this run, so Daniel is saying basically, I'm not done yet. I've got something for you. So in the STC battle of the Nissans, it'll come down to 5th and final runs, it looks like. I'm being told that Bergman lost his rear end there and spun out. Oh, he hit a cone as well. There's a cone down on Borgman. John Brown on course now. I know that's John Brown because he is a heck of a driver. Yoder with a 51.7. It is slower. Daniel does make up 4/10, so cumulatively Daniel is not dead yet. He's coming back on Yoder. They better wait for the last runs to see how this is going to settle out. That is Ford power right there. That is Jeff Cox on course, 199 Pro ESP in one bad 500. There is no doubt about it. He is in a battle for Pro which is really giving him all he can handle. John Brown in with a 46.0. John Brown stays in third in Pro STS. And let's see if Cox has anything to say about it. There's Jeff into the finish in Pro ESP 199. Let's see if he can do it. He's going to need to be in the 44s. He's not. He's in the 45. 45.746 for Jeff. He's third in Pro. He's got some work to do, but he can do it. He has the ability, and that car has the ability. So he needs to find about 0.4 of a second, I think. Justin Ford into the finish now in his Solstice in Pro. A stock, 151. Justin in with a 46. Justin jumps Jeff on that run, but not overall. Jeff with a 182. Back on course is the 68 Chevy C10 and the Camaro right in front of it of Ryan Jarrett. So there may be an adjustment here on the Pro scoring. Jeff Cox, you may actually be in first. I'm having to double check this. There seems to be an error in the positioning, although the scoring seems to be correct. So give me a moment to check on your Pro class scoring for you. On course right now is Jeff Ferguson in the C10, the 68 LS powered C10. Comes up the hill, puts the power down, and look at that thing launch. That is just a lot of fun. Jeff Ferguson in with a 53.5, not his fastest run of the day, but he's got some work to do in that classic American muscle car class to catch up with the rest of the pack. Ryan Jarrett in front of him in the Z28 with a 54.0. So now on course, you've got Alex Doss coming into the finish, and you've got Randy Chase in the Corvette. Alex Doss in with a Alex Doss in the 2006 350Z in with a 51.5. That does put him in the lead in BSP. So Doss takes the lead in BSP. Maintains the lead in BSP, I should say. And Chase right behind him. Randy Chase in with a 46.7. A 46.7. He is not done yet. He is second place now out of 6. Got some work to do, but Randy Chase in with a 46.7, moving up in the cam class. Brian Darby out in Pro. Darby in with a good time, a 45.248, a 45.248. He is now 0.9 off of the lead, 0.9 of a second off of the lead, off of the position in front of him, which put him in the trophies. And he is a full 2 seconds off of the pro leader. So Garrett Evans in the MR2 coming into the finish, and Dobler back out on course again in the 350Z. Dobler looks smooth coming up the hill. Hearing a lot more tire squeal right now on these cars as the tires begin to get too much heat in them. I see a corner worker running behind Dobler. That's not going to be good for his time. I believe there's going to be a +1 call there coming in late on Dobler. In a battle in C-Stock, he's going to need every second he can get. Right now he's got 0.7 of a lead in class, but Harp is not finished yet in his RX-8. Harp is smooth. The radios are quiet. It's a clean run for Harp. Let's see what he can do. 49.3. So he is not helped. Even with the Dobler +1, he does make up some time. Harp is not helped. And Andrew Coleman is there. And here's Con Goons back on course. He stopped last time on course. Don't know whether that was a spin or what happened, but everything appears to be normal now for the Boxster. Here's Andrew Coleman in his black B-stock Nissan 350Z into the finish with a 55.221 for Andrew Coleman. Con Goons looking much better on this run. This is going to help him a lot in his B-stock battle. The Boxster into the finish with a 49.7, giving him the lead. He takes the lead away. No, maintains his lead over the other competitors in B-stock. So that last run will probably be the one he throws out because he was very smooth and very fast on that run. Well done. Lee Hammer on course, and here's Carl Rickert in the E-stock. MR2. Lee Hammer in with a 54.808, a 54.808 for Lee. He stays in first place in D-stock. And here's James Barr into the finish in his Mazda Miata with a 49.974. He has not helped. He stays second in class. And here's Carl Rickert. Little wobble coming into the finish, but it doesn't cost him that much. Carl Rickert in with a 47.7. I believe that is his best run of the day. Rickert with a 47.7 clean. Let's see what that does in E-stock. I think that will put him up there. Waiting for the Mustang, and here we back our final runs for F-stock. Clancy Bryson in second, DeWitt in first, and Fiegel not done yet in the BMW M3. First to finish for F-stock is Bryson. He is helped with a good time of 51.5. Let's see what happens in the rest of the class. DeWitt in just really fast coming up the hill. And then, of course, the BMW looking really smooth right now in F-stock as this class is very tight. Very tight finishing here in F-stock today. Oh, the BMW spins. That's not going to help Fiegel. That is not what he had in mind, as he needs about 4/10 to get up in the class lead. So we're going to red flag the course. Tom Simon's going to get another rerun. How do you do it, Tom Simon? You get another rerun. See, that's what happens when Atlanta region people come and race in East Tennessee. They get a lot of reruns. Tom's the only non-pansy to come up from Atlanta. And I'm saying that over Solo Live so that all of the Atlanta region people will get off their duff and come up here and have fun with us in East Tennessee.
Come up to Cleveland in August.
No, October.
No. Cleveland, Tennessee.
Oh, Cleveland's going to have a points event.
The Chattanooga region has just scored the Cleveland Jetport, which is, I think it's 500 by 1,300 feet of concrete. Yes. So come on. August 10th, I believe, is the date.
August 10th is a good date because that's a pre-nationals event, which would be helpful for people going to nationals. So Simon's going to get another look at the course in his Focus ST and G stock, and this will be his. He's going to get 7 runs today in the Focus.
Tom.
Go Tom! Got 2 reruns. So, but anyway, getting back to this F-stock epic battle here, Fiegel spun on his last run, and he needed that run, so he was not helped at all. And in fact, that dropped him cumulatively down to 4th in the class, as Clancy caught him in the Mustang, and Brittweiser in the Camaro. So the class in F-stock stands as follows: DeWitt with the day 1 lead, followed by Bryson. Followed by Brittweiser, followed by Fiegel. So, as I said, Simon's going to get a rerun, and Greg Miller into the finish with a 46.2 in a Miata. That is a really good time for a CSP car. Miller needed it. because this is a tight class as well. Miller maintains his lead over Burke. Burke with a good time, 46.5, but it is not enough. He still trails cumulatively by 3 seconds to Miller. But Miller and Burke and CSP having a good battle out here. Oh, and the XP goes around. Oh, he's got a cone underneath it. He's wagging the rear. This is a lot of fun. Somebody stop him and get that cone out from underneath of that car. But Clinton did finish +1. I believe only +1. Yep, +1. He went really wide. As you know, when those big heavy cars on hot tires, braking zones move back as the day goes on. So those tires wouldn't hold the braking that he applied, and he +1 coming into the finish. But on the stance of his earlier runs, he's able to maintain second in XP, which is good. And here's Jim Simmons in. Jim jumps up to first in XP. Jim with a 45.137. Jim's got it figured out. That was a good run for Jim. He takes the lead in XP on his last run of the day. And Tom Simon out for run number 7. We're hoping there's no reruns here. As long as there's no spins in front of him by Paxton. Paxton's off the course, so unless there's a down cone and Simon manipulates that into an 8th run, then he'll at least be done for the day, mercifully. Brian Spinderella. He's spun twice today. 2 of his 4 runs are spins. He's gonna try to get through the course clean because he needs it. He is not driving up to his ability in Randy's Corvette. But we're gonna go live here on Ustream. Before we do that, we're gonna watch Brian Flanagan come into the finish. He doesn't spin it. He just launches it up the hill. Good run for Flanagan. He needed it. He's been struggling first runs in that car competitively. So Flanagan in with a 45.9. That's a great time. Jumps him up to third in Cam. And we're live on Ustream. Search for SEDiv Live, and you will be in car for Scott Dobler. Scotty Dobler. This is the younger Dobler. And he's coming through the first slalom into the showcase turn. A little bit of tire lockup, not too much. Nice and wide exit, makes an early entry and sets you up for the second showcase turn. So Dobler really on his game right now on his 5th and final run, looking smooth. Going down the hill, no tire smoke, no lockup. Just looks really good. The tires are handling it really well. I want to find out what he's driving on because those tires seem to be taking everything he can throw at it. Scotty's coming up the hill. Fastest section of the course. Down at the lower lot. Here's Dobler coming around the last turn. Very good turn by Dobler. That's a great run. I don't know what that was, but that is going to help him, I think, in his battle. 47.3. Dobler takes the lead. Dobler takes the lead overall in C-Stock on the strength of a very clean, fast run for Scott Dobler live on Ustream. You got to see that run live online while he took the lead in class. So well done, Scotty. But Trey Davis is not done. He's got something to say about this. The Mazda RX-8 of Trey Davis is into the finish with a 48.7. Davis not helped at all. Still 2 seconds and change off of the lead in class. And here's Brad Ross improving throughout the day in his hatch. I'm told this is normally a father-son race team, but the son's not here this week. So Bob in with a 49.0 in XP. A great run for Bob. He has been improving, as I said, all day, and he's almost breaking into the 48s now in his hatch. So now we're back on with the last episode of the STC Nissan battle between Daniel and Yoder. You've got Daniel into the finish first. He took the lead. He beat Yoder on the last run, but cumulatively was trailing. So can he beat him by enough this time to get back into this STC race? Matt Daniel with a 51.457. 51.457 for Matt Daniel. And Dave Yoder coming up the hill Let's see what he can do in class. Yoder betters him with a 50.573. A 50.573. So Yoder maintains a 2.1 second lead after day one in class, which is a lot, but it can be made up depending upon how Daniel drives tomorrow. So good runs in the STC. I love to see a tight class competition. Kurt Bogman in the Mazda MX-5 with a 47.0. That is a really good time. Of course, he's in pro class, so he's in 6th overall. But that's a tough class, but, you know, Kurt, that's a really good time and nothing at all to be ashamed of. John Brown out now in pro. John Brown leading pro class, it looks like, and Jeff is actually 2nd. Times in here, this is the last runs. So John Brown with a 46.5. Oh, John's dirty. John's dirty. I've got a cone call. The computer is showing +2 on John Brown. I don't know whether that's official or not. Jeff beats him anyway. Jeff in. Hey, Lynn? So I got a couple of cone calls that we're questioning here, so let's stand by on pro scoring. I will update you on that in just a moment. I cannot verify the accuracy of the pro results at this time, so we're going to stand by rather than make a mistake. We'll get back to you on that in a minute. So here we are back to Classic American Muscle. We got Tyler Garrett with the Boss 302. Sounds really good. A 48.555 for Tyler. A 48.555 in his 302. And we've got Ryan Jarrett on the bottom of the hill and Jeff Ferguson on the top of the hill. Ryan in a Z28 Camaro and Jeff in a Chevy C10 stepside. Ryan, lots of tire smoke coming up the hill. Couldn't put the power down smoothly as he wanted to, and it'll cost him a little bit. Cam is a tough class, and you do not want to have tire spin cost you. Ryan Flanagan in with a Ryan Jared in with a 52.506, 52.506 in the Cam class. He is going to remain in 5th place, and Tyler Garrett in 4th. Here's Jeff Ferguson coming in. What can he do? Nope, no better. Jeff Ferguson with a 54.930, a 54.930, and that'll do it for your Cam class today. Flanagan with a 191 cumulatively. Tyler Garrett with a 192. So we're going to go through some results here, unofficially, of course, and just go over. Yeah. Okay, I'm being told that we're going on lunch break right now. So workers, come on in. We're going on lunch break. We're going to have a 1-hour lunch, and then we're going to have a shootout. Now, I'm being told the format of the shootout is this. Everybody is going to get 2 runs, and there's going to be trophies and prizes to the top 5 overall times. So we're going to index everybody. And we're going to have top 5 PAX times are going to get a prize. So everybody take a 1-hour lunch. We'll be back here live at 2:45 for a 2-run shootout. It'll be the same run groups as this morning. So first run group will go with 2 runs, and the second run group with 2 runs, and then we will figure it out before we party. Okay, here we go. We're going to go over some unofficial results from day one. We'll remind you these are unofficial. Super stock. Paul McFowle in with a 189. He's got a 16-second lead over Dave Rogers in super stock. In A stock, one driver, one car, Charlie Ford with a 192 cumulatively. In B stock, Con Goons with a 203 cumulatively, and Andrew Coleman with 230. So Goons with a 26-second lead in C stock. Let's go, in B stock. Let's go to C stock. C stock is the father-son battle of the Dobler boys. Scotty, the younger one, leads by 4.9 seconds after day one. Dad is in second. Trey Davis in third by 2.9, and Chris Harp in fourth, only 0.8 off getting into that. In the D stock, we've got Lee Hammer with is the only one in class, 223, only one who started. In E stock, Rickert leads Barr by a cumulative 11 seconds in class in E stock. In F stock, the battle that we've been talking about all day, looks like a lot of fun, and it has been. DeWitt Payne leads by 7.7 seconds in F stock, and leads Clancy Bryson by 7 seconds, and Bryson leads Brittweiser in third, and Fiegel on the basis of that spin on his last run, which was very costly, dropping him to fourth. So Fiegel has something to say about it. He'll be back tomorrow. Tom Simon in G stock. Tom Simon in G stock, the only Atlanta region member who's not a pansy, who came up here to play with us. So H stock, Isaac Cogdell is leading that class. In B Street Prepared, the battle between Doss and Jones, Paxton Doss by 1.39 seconds leading that class. 1.39, Alex Doss leading that class.
Including the drops, you mean?
I believe these are including drops, yes. I'm told they are. These are unofficial results. I want to remind you they are unofficial. Really slow. Sorry, I'm not able to report results. I'm being asked if the session this afternoon is optional. It most certainly is optional. You do not have to attend, but you're welcome to come out and have fun with your friends. It's fun runs, basically, with prizes. Fun runs at 149. Yeah, those of you streaming live on Ustream, you're kicking yourselves now wondering why you didn't come to our event, because we're going on fun runs at 1:49 p.m. in the afternoon. Where are you, Atlanta region? And then we're going to have a party with kickball. All right, let's continue with some more results now that the computer decided to refresh. Okay, here we are going back with some results. In the B Street Prepared battle, I said Doss over Jones by 1.3. That'll be interesting tomorrow. In C Street Prepared, Miller over Burke by 3.3 seconds in C Street Prepared. F Street Prepared, Gary Cobble leads. And here we go with XP. XP, the loudest class today for sure. Jim Simmons leads that class by 2.5 seconds over Clinton Woolsome. The Factory 5 Roasters lead that class. Heathman in third, Evans in fourth, and Ross in fifth in a very tough class. In C Prepared, Brian LaRose leads the class over his son in his first time ever running an autocross. So very well done there. Very well done to Gray LaRose at his first ever event. In G Prepared, Richard Miller leads. H Street R. All right. Getting a little bit of feedback from the peanut gallery. All right, let's talk about STC because this was a good class. This was a good race all day. Yoder and Daniel back and forth and back and forth. And the way it settles out at the end of day one, Yoder with a 2.1 second lead on Daniel. So Daniel had a bigger deficit than that, but made up some time on his last couple of runs. So I think Daniel has a chance here to come back tomorrow and make a massive comeback. We'll see what Yoder has to say about that. Let's look at STS. Walter Jones leads that class by 0.6, by 0.6 of a second over Colbert and over Lynn Cox in third in the STS class. STR, you've got Jeff Loveday leading the class by 11 seconds over Austin and over Patrick Whaley. STX, Joey Richardson leads by 13 seconds over Brian Robbins and Jonathan Kissam in class. That the last two there being pretty tight. Let's look at STU results. STU results, Lionel Kent leads that class over Chris Kierman by 3 seconds and over Nash by 10. So Kierman's certainly still in the conversation in STU. Let's look at Pro. Now, Pro, the scoring was a little bit messed up. I apologize. Initially, as I was announcing, it was hard to do. The end of day one, John Brown leads Pro by 0.2 of a second over Jeff Cox in second. Justin Ford is then 0.8 back there, followed by Brian Darby by 1.3 back. So Pro class very, very tight, less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 competitors after 5 runs. Let's look at STM. Stuart Gibson has a lead there over Linda Waters, Stroner, Buckingham, and Bagwell in that order. STM is Jeffrey Massue leading Charles Sykes by only 1.3 seconds in class. So that STM is definitely a tight class, 1.3 over the day, and should be interesting tomorrow. Let's look at CAM. So in CAM class, we got David Hamilton. David Hamilton with a 140 leading. I'm sorry. There is an error in the results. There is an error in the results. Yeah, that is not the right time. So Hamilton did not start after his first run. So Randy Chase is leading CAM. Randy Chase is leading CAM, and he has a 1/10 of a second lead over Brian Flanagan in CAM. And Flanagan had 2 spins on his 5 runs. So Randy Chase with a 1/10 of a second lead over 5 runs, and his co-driver spun the car twice. That should be interesting tomorrow. Tyler Garrett in third, who's 1.2 seconds back. So that CAM class is really tight between the Mustang and the Corvette. Let's look at some ladies class results. Heather Bogman leads ladies class by 5.8 seconds over Ariel Robbins. Linda Ford in third. Andrea Chase in fourth. Wendy Vick and Victoria Wright in the ladies class. And that is an index class, I should say. So that's it for today's results. Best overall PAX time. Actually, those results are messed up as well. Best stock time, Scott Dobler in C stock with a 188. Best street prepared time would be Greg Miller with a 184. Jim Simmons in prepared with a 180, and street R would be Ben Kiefer with a 211, and in touring 188 by Lionel Kent. Lionel leads STU after day one. So once again, at 2:45, we're going to open it up, whoever's here, and have two run groups. One will be first run group 2 runs, and the second run group will get 2 runs, and then the top overall 5 raw times will be winning prizes. So thanks for listening, and we'll talk to you guys in 45 minutes.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Duh.
Testing. Hello. Testing. Can we hear me? Hurry it up, Mr. Rickert. We turned on in there, 91.5 anybody? Yes, sir. Hell. I got turned on. Testing. Can you hear me? Hello. Boop, 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 boop. Hello. Now it's working, Carl. Hello, hello. Yeah, it is better if I hold it further away. Okay.
This is not very good like this. It's not good like this.
Yeah. Quit treating it like Scott is Saturday night date. Get it out of your mouth. I got you. Okay. All right, so we are done with the lunch break. Running late, Mr. Simon. We got to get on the stick here, on the ball, on the go. You're the only one that can hear me? I'm broadcasting. It's turned on. Okay. He can hear me. I can't help that. It's time to race, guys and dolls. It's time to get out to your work assignments if you are a first heat worker. And it's time to bring your car up the grid if you're a first heat driver. And it's time for Chris Harp to come over here and spoon me some more. Okay, so first heat workers, we need you to report to your work assignments. Group 1 drivers to grid. Group 1 drivers to grid. Bring your cars. Works a lot better that way. Bring your cars. First heat workers, Group 1 workers, please come report down to the trailer now. We need you right now. There's a man down here with a clipboard interested in some FaceTime with you. Come on down. One last time, if you are a first group worker, we need you, if you're not checked in, we need you to come check in down at the trailer ASAP. If you're a Heat 1 driver, please get your car to grid.
Alrighty, boys and girls, here we go, getting ready for our shootout. 2-run shootout here, basically fun runs here at your Southeast Divisional Solo event. Here, brought to you by the East Tennessee Region SCCA. Thank you all. Sort of thinned out on our workers. We had some folks go home, not a big deal. These runs are not mandatory. This is a 2-run shootout to determine the top, I believe, top 3, top 5 in packs. And those special folks will get some sort of award, prizes, moonshine. What? Moonshine? Who said moonshine? Hey, once again, the live broadcast on Ustream brought to you by Carts. Live internet video production services. Owner Carl Rickert comes around. He'll run any event live, from weddings to races. Find him at livecarts.com. You got friends and family out there, they can find us on Ustream. Go to the Ustream website, type in SEDiv Live, and you'll find the broadcast page. Currently, that's the only place that is you can find it. SEDiv Live on Ustream. Video and audio. And we're running. We have 34 super stock. Is that super stock or super street now? What is it? Somebody can help me out there. Paul McFall. Paul in the 2014 Chevy Corvette. Assume we'll let this driver come all the way through the lights, test our timing system before we let him go again. All right, there we go. So once again, we had a bunch of folks leave early. Not a problem. These are basically fun runs here. A 2-run shootout to find the quickest of the quick. All right, so Paul comes across 47,891. 47,891. Sounds like we've got another car. Yep. It's the 51 A Street Ladies, Linda Ford. And pardon me for the stock nomenclature. It's been a while since I've actually autocrossed. With all the new stock and street class configurations. Street tire, race tire, street R. Currently your tire rules for street 140 UTOG. next year going to the 200 UTOGs, and a lot of people already running that 200 treadwear tire. All right, so Linda's getting ready to come through the lights. After that, we've got Wendy Vick. I wonder if she's got that camera turned on. We'll take a look real quick. And she does. She's at the bottom of the course right now. We lose a little bit of signal down there because of the bunch of trees. So you're watching On Board with Wendy Vick as she gets ready to come through the final portion of the track. Great onboard chart. Tomorrow we're looking to add another, get a couple of them out there. And here she comes, getting ready to come through the finish. Nice straight shot. All right, a little catch up here. Linda Ford, 52.315. A Street Ladies. Wendy Vick with a 55.575. C Street Ladies. That 2006 Nissan 350Z. Nicknamed Sunshine. I hear Lionel Kent out there. And the BMW M3. Drive that car with your right foot. All right, through the lights, Stuart Gibson. Oh, sorry, not Stuart Gibson. It's going to be Chris Kyman, the 47.256. 47.256. But Gibson did come through the lights in STM, the 46.390. 46.390. Quick time for that Mini Cooper. Lionel pushing as he comes through the finish. Lionel Kent in the 2001 BMW M3 with a 45.821. 45.821. I believe that is his best run of the day. Into the 45s for Lionel. All right, Brian Robbins, next driver to finish up in the Volkswagen GTI. A three-legged wabbit. Brian Roberts' time, let's see here, is going to be a 50.434, 50.434 as the 2004 BMW M3 of Adrian Nash. See, Adrian's finally riding with his windows down. In the first run groups, he had the windows up. Maybe he'll go a little bit quicker. STU number 1, Adrian Nash. Car color listed as carbon, pretty color. Just bought a Audi A3 Sportback, almost the same color. Love that carbon gunmetal gray dark color. All right, so that M3 getting ready to come through the lights. Finishes up Adrian Nash with a, waiting for the timing to refresh here, 49.952, 49.952 for Adrian Nash. Once again, folks, turn your radios to 91.5, 91.5, and you can listen to that in your car. Actually, listen to it while you're making your run if you want to find out what you're doing or what your competitor in front of you is doing. So Britt's, was it Starchner, comes across in that 2006 Mitsubishi Evo with a 47.388, 47.388 in STM. That's going to put him second in STM. Stuart Gibson leading that class right now. So Joey Richardson carrying a cone, getting ready to come through in the 06 Impreza with a 47.795 plus 1. Folks, in the format we're running today, that one cone costs you 10 seconds. Not a good thing. You want to keep your runs clean. You want to take a look at the PAX results, and you'll see some people that were quick this morning but had hit cones. Adding a lot of time to their times. All right, Paul McFall, second run. It's going to be the final run for him. His first run, 47.891. See if he's going to pick it up. 47.313. So his quick run is going to put him ahead of, can't find who it is, but puts him first in class. Linda Ford already called a DNF. DNFs this weekend scored as 10 seconds slower than your competitor's quickest run. Now, in this shootout, I'm not sure how the points are going to work. The cones are going to work. Cone may be just 2 seconds. That's a question I need to find out. Wendy Vick on course right now. Did not get a chance to get that onboard video turned on the broadcast there, but for sure it is working. 51.850. 51.850. She picks up a good half a second. So she's in, first place. Good deal. Stuart Gibson coming through in the 02 Mini Cooper S, be the next to the lights in that yellow car with a white top. STM 61. Stuart Gibson. There you go. 46.443. 46.443. Slow down just a little bit. Love to watch this Evo drive. It turns so well. Gets that inside tire up off the ground. All-wheel drive. Got to be in the gas to make that thing turn. And in the gas is where you want to be. So Ryan Buckingham carrying 2 cones right now. So not good for Ryan in that 05. And that was Lionel Kent as you heard him come by. So the 05 WRX STI 49.191 plus 2 for Ryan. Not going to be his best runs. Again, second runs. Only had about 11 cars out here for the shootout.
Okay, into the finish. Chris Keeman in the 2011 Evo. He was in with a 47.126. 47.126 for Chris. That's STU number 7. Here's STU number 13. Lionel Kent in now in the 01 M3. Lionel's in with a 46.504. 46.504. Still not quite matching that 46.2 he ran this morning. Brian Robbins in that 2012 GTI is in now. That's STX number 45. He's in with a 51.436. A 51.436 for him. Not as fast as his best. You know, Lionel Kent earlier, I said he was a 46.2 earlier. He'd actually ran a 45.8 was his best time. So setting the bar high for STU. Okay, that's Adrian Nash in now. Adrian Nash in the 04 M3 is in with a 49.851. 49.851. Joey Richardson in now in this 06 WRX. Joey's in with a 48.255. 48.255. Why don't you go to SCCA National and ask them to take over contract to you, send you to all these big races, give you lots of cash. They've been really Britt Stregner in now in the 06 Evo. He's STM number 85. He was in with a 46.951. A 46.951. That beats his first run.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Looks like second fastest in STM. Ryan Buckingham, it's STM number 20. He's in with a cone on this run, a 47.728. 47.728, but a cone. Good enough for third fastest in STM. Patrick Whaley in now on the 88 Porsche 924S, STR number 34. He's in with a 53-168, a 53-168. All righty. So it sounds like we've got another car or two to run. Oh, looks like Whaley getting his second run here. I guess he's doing two back-to-back. STR number 34, Patrick Whaley, in this little red Porsche 924S. Used to see a lot of these cars out here in the autocross world. And last 10 years or so, just about gone away. You hardly ever see these cars. Used to be a very competitive car in the class in C Stock. What was called C Stock is now C Street. But a lot of success had in these cars. Time has passed them by to some extent. Let's see how they do prep for STR class. Running against S2000s and Mazda MX-5s. Patrick on his way in. He had a 53-1 on his first run. And see if he drops that any. He does. 52.794 for Patrick Whaley. 52.794 for STR number 34, Patrick Whaley. Now we got Robert Colbert out there in the 92 Miata. He's got both of his runs to make also. So back-to-back runs again for him. Some people prefer to do back-to-back runs just to get some heat in their tires. A lot of times that's discouraged. Generally, you have to have a 5-minute wait between runs, but I guess we're not holding to that here. I'm not sure in this heat if getting that much heat in your tires is an advantage, though. I'm thinking back-to-back runs might be more of a disadvantage, pushing these tires past their effective temperature range. And Robert is in with a 47.442, but a cone. 47.442 plus a cone on that run. He's going to circle around, hot lap, second run. Yep, Robert Colbert, it shows he's doing a second run. Let's see if he hot laps around back to the start line. So we'll see if Robert comes back up to the line. And yes, indeedy, here is Robert Colbert out there on his second run. I believe this will wrap up the this shootout round, first heat shootout. I see corner worker running out there and straightening up a cone. Robert hit. So this run will be +1 also. His first run was as well. And here is Robert Colbert into the finish. Remember, he's got a cone on this run, 47.920 and 47.920, so no faster, and both runs dirty. So he'll have to stand on a coned run for this shootout round.